Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch?
No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play?
Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods
without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live.
Where we exalt races for 3 consecutive victories in the open trot against rivals Black Tie Bash, Emmetown Bud, Meadow Branch Noble, Duke La Victoire, and Newcomer, the Great Emotion.
6-1 under urging DG's Tesla, maintaining her lead for Stéphane Pouliot as the stretch looms ahead. DG's Tesla is being tested. Here comes GA Speed Matrix on the outside, up the inside, best girl in town. She needs the wire. DG's Tesla also coming on late. Senorita I Am, and Senorita I Am over GA Speed Matrix. DG's Tesla and Best Girl in Town in 1:55.2. Allaire of Montreal with trainer Jean-François Maguire of Saint-Marie, Quebec. Senorita I Am was bred by Daniel Martin of Saint-Bernard-Nord, Quebec. Driven to victory by Pascal Berube. That's the 3rd straight win at Rideau Carleton for Senorita I Am, and she equals her lifetime best of 1:55.2. As Wish down the stretch for Marie-Claude Auger on the front end, up the inside, DA Temptation coming on, still first over, Speaker Nancy coming widest of all. Here's Raptors 1. It's going to be a tight one between Speaker Nancy, Anna's Wish, Raptors 1. It may have been Raptors 1 in the final surge, getting past Anna's Wish there, 1:53. And back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 2 winner, number 5, Anna's Wish. A 4-year-old bay mare by Lazarus out of Keystone I Wish, owned by Sylvain Cote of Joliet, Quebec, bred by John McGill of Albion, Indiana, trained by Robert Bernicki, Driven to victory by Marie-Claude Auger, 153-4. The third straight win for Anna's Wish. And results are now official. Darker shade of pale, 125 1 3/4 at the back of the field. Curious Cortez, not today. Geisha's Treasure also not a factor at the moment. Leading down the stretch, 88 Fingers Louie and Ryan Guy have a 3-length advantage. Flying Art is not going to catch him. 88 Fingers Louie gets the win ahead of Flying Art. Coming on for show, that was Darker Shade of Pale ahead of What's in the Esky, 154-3. See? Owned, trained, and driven by Ryan Guy. Co-owned with Sharon Christie of South Mountain, Ontario. 88 Fingers Louie was bred by Denarbin Stables of Thornhill, Ontario. That's his second win this season and his fastest. 154-3, 88 Fingers Louie. Battle for place today as Ryan Guy guides him down the stretch, and he's all alone on the front end. Where are we? Exultant once again in the Rideau Carleton top class. Where are we? Exult, battle on for place. Black Tie Bash gets it ahead of the Great Emotion. Duke La Victoire was fourth, 155 flat. In the unofficial race 4 results, it's the 6, Where We Exalt, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Royalty for Life out of Noble Peace Prize, owned by trainer Patrick Dillon with Patty Hoskin of Port Hope, Ontario. Where We Exalt was bred by Warrawee Farm of Rockwood, Ontario. Driven to victory by Ryan Guy. That's his third straight preferred handicap win. 155 flat. And another impressive win for Warrawee Exalt. See if Cleveland Massimo can do it as they bend for home now. Eyes of Justice still in command. Closing, Cleveland Massimo has lots of late trot. Southwind Russian trying it up the inside, and they're closing in, but they're not going to catch Eyes of Justice. And Jimmy Gagnon finishing ahead of Cleveland Massimo. Southwind Russian, possibly Ciel Bleu fourth, 155-4. Incorporé of Montreal, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven to victory by Jimmy Gagnon. Confident win in 155-4 for Eyes of Justice, his 7th this season, and a new lifetime mark for Eyes of Justice. Congratulations. 5 flat, and that's Get Your License. Liam still pushing the pace as Love My Rockin' Bird is leading down the stretch. Guy Gagnon asking for more, and the classy veteran digging deep up the inside. Smiling Billy the Kid may have something to say about it. Love My Rockin' Bird. Not today. There goes Smiling Billy the Kid for Pascal Berube ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird, and then Get Your License Liam in 154 flat. By Benoit Hebert of Papineauville, Quebec. Bred by William Brown of Hanover, Ontario. Driven to victory by the drummer Pascal Berube, his second driving win today. And that's seasonal win number 7 in 154 for Smiling Billy the Kid, now official. From the back of the field, Monk is wide, and it's anybody's race at this point. Under urging, Raising Rusty is still trying to get past a very tough Stomper Tom, and he's succeeded in that. But coming on late, down the stretch, Hatikva, and wider still, here's Ms. Franny. Ms. Franny is going to do it. Getting up for Marie-Claude Auger over Hatikva and Raising Rusty, 158-3. Sam Sergi, also the trainer of Ms. Franny, a mare who was bred by Denise Dennis and Dolene Farm Services, LLC of Indianapolis, Indiana. The 158-3 victory is now official for driver Murray Clodoger and Ms. Franny at odds of 35-1. Congratulations. Yet to be a factor this race, Lion Shining trying to bottom out the field on the front end as they turn for home with an undisclosed time at 3/4. Here comes Dial Me Up, gearing up for the stretch drive. Pascal Berube asking her to move on, and she does. That's Dial Me Up. Very close to the wire, though, finishing second on the inside. Better Catch Girl. Picture taken. Official race 8 winner. Number 2, Dial Me Up, a 5-year-old bay mare by Vertical Horizon out of Dial Romance, owned by Gina Bragagnolo and trainer Yves Tessier of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, with Lynn Bragagnolo of Carp, Ontario. Dial Me Up was bred by James Rhodes of Alberta, trained by Yves Tessier, driven by Pascal Berube, and she just misses equaling her lifetime mark. Lots of happiness in the winner's circle. Great to see. Dial Me Up, a winning even money favorite in race 8. Moved up the inside. 3/4 was reached in 1:24.4. And coming for home, Jim's Big Thrill circles. Actually, that's Always Your Way. My bad. There's Always Your Way opening up. Always Your Way by 3 for Jimmy Gagnon, finishing ahead of the dog in the fight, Jim's Big Thrill, and then Giddy Up Max up for 4th in 1:54.2. Winner, number 1, Always Your Way. An 11-year-old bay gelding by Always a Virgin out of Penny Arcade, owned by trainer Jamie Johnson with Sonia Johnson of Edwards, Ontario. Always Your Way was bred by Bluestone Farms LLC of Hopewell, New Jersey, driven to victory by Jimmy Gagnon. It's a 5th win of the year and a seasonal best, 1:54.2 for Always Your Way. Thursday, September 5th, was a strong card of 9 races from the nation's capital at Rideau Carleton. The feature on Thursday was the race 4 Preferred Handicap Trot, and despite being assigned the outside post, it was a 3rd consecutive win at the preferred level for Warrawee Exalt and driver Ryan Guy for co-owner trainer Patrick Dillon. Patty Hoskin of Port Hope, Ontario, co-owns the 5-year-old gelding by Royalty for Life out of Noble Peace Prize. Warrawee Exalt wins again in the preferred at Rideau Carleton. Be sure to join us again this Sunday at 6:30 p.m. for more live racing at Rideau Carleton, and we'll have a Pick 5 carryover.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway this Sunday evening of September 8th. We've got 10 live races coming up at 6:30 p.m. first post. It's our 45th race date of the 2024 meet, and race 1 is about 29 minutes away. The track condition is fast and weather conditions clear. The temperature 20 degrees Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the west-northwest at 29 miles or kilometers per hour, that is, 18 miles per hour, and humidity is at 48%. There were just a few changes thus far in the program. Notably, in race 1, a claim has been entered on the 2, Jim's Big Thrill. There are no changes in races 2 or 3. In race 4 on the 2, Woodmere Gaelic, he goes from blinkers to Swedish blind. And there are no changes in races 5 through 8. In race 9, there is one scratch of the 7. That's Candid Cameron, a vet scratch. And there were no changes in race 10. We're about 27 minutes away from race 1 this Sunday. Thank you for joining us online or in person at the track on this chilly fall evening, it feels like. We have a big day coming up on Thursday, September 12th. National Caretaker Appreciation Day comes to Rideau Carleton. And while we're looking at current events, I should mention the Sunday qualifiers that took place at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Fans are always free to visit Rideau Carleton and watch those qualifiers, but just to review, there were 2 of them. The first was for Pacers, and it was won by Tell Laura I Love Her, who wired and prevailed by a half length at the wire. For driver Stéphane Barget and trainer André Lachance, finishing second was La Barbe in that field of 4 Pacers. The fractions were 29 and 4 to the opening quarter, 1 minute flat to the half, 129 and 1 at 3/4, and a 159 flat victory for Tell Laura I Love Her in that first qualifier. The second was a 2-horse qualifier on the trot, and that was won by Napoleon Hill and driver Ryan Guy over his stablemate Stonebridge Robust, both trotters from the Macy Castle Smythe stable. The fractions were 30 and 4 to the quarter, 102 flat at the half, 131 and 3 at 3/4, 202 and 4 the winning time for Napoleon Hill in that second qualifier. Race 1 is coming up with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. There is one claim entered on the 2, Jim's Big Thrill, who was claimed here in his most recent start. So another quick claim for the popular pacer who hasn't missed the board since July 28th. He's 7-1 at the moment from post 2. He's my top selection here, Jim's Big Thrill. Racing for Mandy Archer this week with Ryan Guy in the bike. We'll have a worth remembering segment and a This Week in Harness Racing segment playing at some point. And I just wanted to mention as well, for those looking at the program and wondering where some of our top drivers are, it's true, a number of them are not driving tonight. They were at Hippodrome 3R this afternoon for their big stakes card and did not want to commit and possibly miss their drives here this evening. So you'll notice that some of our top drivers are missing and some of our top drivers are still here. So it's a very playable card. And our top horse right now in the win pool is the 4 at even money, Rock and Roll Nation. He's down in class here and doesn't have to deal with Beach Roller today. That's the current favorite, number 4, Rock and Roll Nation. This week in harness racing, we turn our attention to Yonkers Raceway, which had a big card, including the $1 million international trot on Saturday, September 7th. But we take a look at the ARIA Invitational Pace for a purse of $250,000, which was won by Canada's 2021 Horse of the Year, Desperate Man, and driver Matt Kakaley.
And they're off and pacing in the ARIA. And from the far outside, Rock and Roll Runa launches off the gate with What Stanley Got down the center. Hullabaloo, the Borgata Pacing Series champion, is going to cross over and clear as they race into the first turn. It's Hullabaloo on top here by a length and a quarter. At the inside, What's Stanley Got is second. First up and driving on the outside, here's Desperate Man at 1-5. Now third, now second, and driving on for Matt Kakaley. Then at the inside as they continue up the backstretch is Duncan, but up top it is Desperate Man who has the lead. The lead is 2 lengths over Hullabaloo, who is in second. What Stanley Got at the inside is third. Then comes Rock and Roll Runa from in fourth. Coach's Quarter now moves to the outside in fifth. Duncan trying to latch on to cover there. Then at the inside is Energetic Hanover. Moving up next on the outside, It's a Me Amadio. Venturesome Artem is down at the inside, and Redwood Hanover fourth over and is last as they head into the clubhouse turn. And it's Desperate Man. The 1-5 favorite is up by a length and a quarter. Hullabaloo is at the inside in second. Coach's Corner perfectly positioned on the outside in third, with What Stanley Got pinned in at the inside from in fourth. Then comes Duncan. He's second over, gapping with about 7 to make up, but still advancing. Then comes What's Stanley Got as they head to 3/4. It is Desperate Man who's a 3-length leader. At the inside, Hullabaloo is second with Coach's Corner on the outside. Then comes Duncan, and It's a Me Amadio is on the outside in fifth. 3 wide off the turn is Redwood Hanover, but Desperate Man finally got a clean trip. He opens up by 4, and he's showing us what he's got. Desperate Man, a dominant winner of the ARIA Invitational. In between horses, I believe Coach's Corner may have held on over Duncan. The final time, 1:57.4.
Definitely one of the highlights of this weekend in harness racing and this week in harness racing, watching the success of Desperate Man, Canada's 2021 Horse of the Year stateside on the biggest racing day of the year at Yonkers Raceway in New York. We're about 20 minutes away from race 1. And the board has shifted slightly, although Rock and Roll Nation, the 4, remains the favorite at 9-5. He emerged second over from last past the opening quarter here on August 25th. He gained ground up into second outside of the 1-9 favorite Beach Roller past the half, but never cleared. He's down in class here, so Rock and Roll Nation is our 9-5 favorite at the moment. My top choice is the 2, Jim's Big Thrill, getting some significant post relief on the quick turnaround. He was claimed into the Mandy Archer barn last start. He settled third behind the fast-leaving Wrangler Cash on Thursday, tipped first over in front of the grandstand, and was parked the remainder of the mile. His most recent 2 wins were for Ryan Guy, who is back in the sulky here. At 3-1, that's Jim's Big Thrill, with 1 claim entered. We're taking a look at Tammy's picks right now for race 1. And she sides with me, putting the 2, Jim's Big Thrill, on top of her ticket. Over the current 9-5 favorite, number 4, Rock and Roll Nation for second, followed by the 5, Always Your Way, third, and then the 3, John Snow, to complete the superfecta. We're about 14 minutes away from post time for race 1. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and daily double wagering. It's worth mentioning that later in the card, we have a pick 5 with a carryover today of $798.15 in our one and only pick 5, which begins in race 6. So it's a must play today. We're about 9 minutes away from the post parade for race 1, and shortly after that, post time. Not many changes to report as mentioned on this card, and only one which may have bearing on our daily double that kicks off in race 1. That's the claim entered on 2, Jim's Big Thrill, who was claimed on September 5th, and then a claim entered again today. So that kind of reflects his strong recent form and excellent results this season. Jim's Big Thrill, 3-1 at the moment. We have 3 pick 4s on tonight's card. The first kicking off in race 2, where we're on the trot. I have 3 horses selected here. 4, Sequence Hanover, making his second start Lasix, which sometimes seems to produce improvement for horses with breathing issues or bleeding issues. I also like the 6, Dominion. He was a beaten spot play for me on September 1st, getting outdueled late by Guy Gagnon with Bandura, and now in line to Stéphane Bargier. I also like the 3, Bubble Slide for Jimmy Gagnon. She's been consistent since getting her first win here, and that was back on July 18th. I am singling a horse in race 3 after a very strong qualifier in her debut for Mandy Archer, and now being driven by Ryan Guy, the 3, Monterey Jackie in race 3, my best bet of the card. And then in race 4, the third leg of the early pick 4, I'm using 3 horses. The 4, Rockin' My Dream for Stéphane Pouliot. That one getting some class relief. Also the 3, Uber Hanover, who picks up Jimmy Gagnon. And the 5, Big Pete Style, who gets some significant class relief here for Ryan Guy. And completing that ticket in race 5, that's our preferred handicap pace, the $10,000 feature. I'm using 2 horses here, the 4, Early Action for Ryan Guy, and the 5, Revolt for Jimmy Gagnon, who was closing strongly last preferred handicap on September 1st to finish second to the light speed. We're just a few minutes away from race 1 here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks for joining us, whether you're online at the OTB or at the track. Post time coming up at approximately 6:30. We have a worth remembering segment coming up as well. Some Rideau Carleton racing memories that pertain to tonight's card and a certain driver. In tonight's Worth Remembering, we go back to August 1st, 2021 for a suggested race from Aidan Keeley-Griffiths. It was a victory by Vanilla Malted for driver Clark Stacey. The John McMillan trainee wired for Stacey, who is driving on tonight's program at Rideau Carleton.
Malted makes it a 3-wide start. Thundering Jim has come away in 4th. St. Lad's Cash is 5th and at the rail. Shine a Light is the 6th one away. Further back in the field to Real Rubies at Play, then comes the Roadies. Best of Best Hanover is the trailer. The quarter is up in 26-3. It's a big one. Vanilla Malted has made the front, but paid dearly for the privilege. Big Pete Style rides the pocket second. Roadrunner Colony is in 3rd. Thundering Jim isn't waiting. Richard Samard has this one up and driving. St. Lad's Cash is 5th. Real Rubies at Play is 6th and out into the flow. Shine a Light is there in 7th. The Roadies is on the move out of 8th. Then Best of Best Hanover is the trailer. They're by the half in 55-4. Vanilla Malted, hard tested on the lead. Thundering Jim is rushing up second on the outside. Big Pete Style is getting a beautiful trip in 3rd. Undercover 4th for Real Rubies at Play. Roadrunner Colony is bottled up in 5th. Outside of him is St. Lad's Cash. Shine a Light has no racing room. The Roadies is on the move out of the backfield. And Best of Best Hanover is trailing the field. They pace their way past 3/4 in 1:25. Vanilla Malted still with a short lead. On the inside, Big Pete Style is second. Thundering Jim backs away after the tough trip. Roadrunner Colony is moving well and saving all the ground for Brasso. It's Vanilla Malted trying to get it home. Big Pete Style is on the outside. Up the inside for Roadrunner Colony. Vanilla Malted or Big Pete Style. Vanilla Malted, Big Pete Style. Vanilla Malted guts it out to win. Big Pete Style second. Roadrunner Colony was 3rd. Best of Best Hanover 4th in 1:53-3.
A thrilling finish there for driver Clark Stacey, who's driving tonight. He's not driving the classy Vanilla Malted, who wired in that impressive Worth Remembering segment with the great race call by John McMillan. Coincidentally, one of the horses competing against Vanilla Malted in that Worth Remembering segment is racing in race 4 tonight. That's Big Pete Style. He's now 12 years old, racing for trainer Mike Armstrong, driver Ryan Guy, and owner Rachel Burns. Big Pete Style, going back to 2020, finished the year as the winningest horse in North America that season. It was a 36-win year, 2020, for Big Pete Style. The post parade will be coming on track shortly for race 1. Once again, there's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. One claim entered on the 2, Jim's Big Thrill. He's now dropped in the odds. He's 3-5 favorite. He's a top selection of myself and Tammy. Jim's Big Thrill racing for the Mandy Archer stable after the claim on Thursday, making a quick turnaround here after that parked out trip. The Race 1 Pacers are coming on track for the post parade now. They are $8,500 claimers racing for a purse of $5,200. Leading the post parade, it's 1 Giddy Up Max, owned by David Shea, trained by Vic Putty, and driven by Clark Stacey. 2 is current 4-5 favorite Jim's Big Thrill, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley. Trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy, and note that there is a claim entered on Jim's Big Thrill. 3 is John Snow, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven also by Mike Armstrong. 4 is Rock and Roll Nation, owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 5 is Always Your Way, owned by trainer Jamie Johnson with Sonia Johnson, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. And completing this field from post 6, it's Officer Jones, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Antonio Vecchio. That's your field for race 1. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early daily double wagering. There were no changes in either of the first legs of the daily double. That should be the early daily double has no changes in either leg. No changes in races 1 or 2. The only factor of significance is that claim entered on 2, Jim's Big Thrill, the current 4-5 favorite. He's competing for the Mandy Archer stable today, getting some major post relief here on the quick turnaround. He raced Thursday, and after he went first over in front of the grandstand, he was parked the rest of the mile. Statistically speaking, he's done quite well for driver Ryan Guy back in the bike today. His most recent couple of wins were for Ryan Guy. And he's got 4 wins so far this season. That's Jim's Big Thrill. Currently at even money. The early favorite was 4, Rock and Roll Nation, who has drifted up significantly. He's now 6-1. He's also got some class relief here He was second from the same post on August 25th at Rideau Carleton for today's driver, Stefan Pouliot. And he had to deal with Beach Roller that mile. Beach Roller was on a win streak for Ryan Guy at the time. So Rock and Roll Nation getting a softer landing today, making his first start since August 25th. We have 3 pick 4s on this 10 race card, the first of them coming up in race 2. My suggested ticket now on screen, a very economical version, thanks to my best bet being in race 3 this evening. For those tuning in and curious about why some of our leading drivers are not participating tonight, several of them were busy at Hippodrome 3R this afternoon in their stakes program, and they had a big invitational finale as well for Quebec breds. So some of them not able to make it back, and they didn't want to commit to driving here this evening if they couldn't make it back. So we still have 4 of our top 10 current drivers competing tonight and others who are moving up the ranks. So it should be an exciting card. Race 1 will be going behind the gate very shortly to begin the early daily double. The starter has called the Race 1 Pacers. This is your last chance to wager on Race 1, including that early daily double. The field is lining up in front of the grandstand, and some of our hardy Rideau Carleton race fans. Great to see people at the picnic tables. Lining up now, the 1 is Giddy Up Max for Clark Stacey. 2 is Jim's Big Thrill, Ryan Guy. 3, John Snow for Mike Armstrong. 4, Rock and Roll Nation, Stefan Pouliot. 5, Always Your Way, Jimmy Gagnon. And 6, Officer Jones on the outside for Antonio Vecchio. They're lined up and on the turn. They're on the backstretch and quickly approaching the start. They're off and pacing. Dropping back immediately was Giddy Up Max on the inside, inheriting the lead. Jim's Big Thrill for Ryan Guy taking over. Sitting second on the inside, that is John Snow. And parked first over at the moment in third is Always Your Way, not having it his way. Moving up into fourth along the inside is Rock and Roll Nation. Following him, second last is Officer Jones. And at the back of this field, Giddy Up Max as they circle past the opening quarter. Up front, it's Jim's Big Thrill, and he is cruising along, keeping about a length and a quarter ahead of next best John Snow. Following from single file third is Always Your Way. Then it's back to fourth for Rock and Roll Nation, a gap of just over a length. Back to second last, Officer Jones, and still trailing this single file procession is Giddy Up Max. They're on the turn now and going by the half. 58 flat after a 31-2 opening panel with the 2, Jim's Big Thrill, still leading the way as favorite. And in the pocket, John Snow waiting to make his move. Here comes a move, a second move from a first over, Always Your Way, up into second now to challenge the leader, Jim's Big Thrill, who gives him the cold shoulder and continues to move on for Ryan Guy, reaching three quarters. Up front, Never Headed, 1:26 and 1. That's Jim's Big Thrill. Struggling to keep up, Always Your Way is first over in second, and dropping back slightly on the inside, John Snow is now off stride, as it's going to be a multi-length lead, 5 open lengths for Jim's Big Thrill, and Ryan Guy getting up for place, Always Your Way ahead of Giddy Up Max, and then it was Rock and Roll Nation finishing fourth in 1:55 and 1. Unofficial results will be posted again shortly. We're now taking another look at Jim's Big Thrill and his front end win by open lengths for driver Ryan Guy. Coming on late, but not able to catch him was Always Your Way for Jimmy Gagnon. And closing well for show, Giddy Up Max, just ahead of Rock and Roll Nation. Hold all tickets. Results are unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle after a front-end victory. Unofficial winner number 2, Jim's Big Thrill, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Big Jim out of Shanghai Thrill, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, Darren Tingley of Ontario with Dwayne Tingley of Nova Scotia. Jim's Big Thrill was bred by Kathy McBride of Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven to victory by Ryan Guy. This is the 5th win this season for Jim's Big Thrill in 1:55 and 1. There was a claim entered on Jim's Big Thrill. We'll tell you the details of that shortly. Just savoring the moment now. Jim's Big Thrill and his winning connections after the 1:55 and 1 victory. And results are official for race 1. 2, Jim's Big Thrill returns $3.20 to win. The $2 exactor 2.5 pays $5.40. The $1 try 2.51 returns $7.70. And for the $1 superfecta 2.514 $1 ticket, it returns $17.95. Two, Jim's Big Thrill was claimed for $8,500, and he is now owned and trained by Brian Scott. The race 1 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Giddy Up Max was third. 3-5 favorite number 2, Jim's Big Thrill, the race winner for Ryan Guy. 3, John Snow finished 6th. 4, Rock and Roll Nation was 4th. 5, Always Your Way was 2nd. 6, Officer Jones finished 5th. From the top down, your program should read 316-425. The fractions were 31 and 2 to the opening quarter, 58 flat to the half, 126 and 1 at 3/4, 155 and 1 the winning mile for Jim's Big Thrill. Race 2 is coming up. Switching over to trotters. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering. It's also the second leg of the early daily double. No changes in race 2. And the post parade is now on track for race 2. These trotters are non-winners of $12,500 or 2 races lifetime. 2-year-olds draw inside. Allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $6,200. One is Wildfire Blue Chip, owned by Dunja Livrenovic, trained and driven by Phil Reed. The other 2-year-old in the field is number 2, Flash Me Some Green, owned by trainer Benoit Ibert with Leah Rose Laverne, driven by Ryan Guy. The current 8-5 favorite is the 3 Bubble Slide, owned and trained by Andrew Moore, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Four is Sequence Hanover, owned by trainer-driver Jacques Baudouin, with the estate of Ronald Charette and Jean-Roch Marois. Five is Global Money, owned by Nicole Beauvais-Gertner, trained and driven by Pierre Beauvais. And completing the field, number 6, Dominion, owned by Invitational KFB with trainer Carl Duguay, driven today by Stéphane Bargier. That's your field for race 2. It kicks off the early pick 4. There were no changes in races 2 or 3. In race 4, there was a bridle change on 2 Woodmere Gaelic, going from blinkers to Swedish blind, and no changes in race 5. We're looking at the current even money favorite, number 3, Bubble Slide. The likely pace setter here. She was 3 wide early to grab the lead on August 18th and led by open lengths at 3/4, but gave way in the stretch after a brief duel with Bandura, who isn't in this field today, making Bubble Slide's life a little easier. The even money favorite from post 3, Bubble Slide. I don't think it's a one-horse race, though. Race 2 somewhat competitive. I noticed that the 4, Sequence Hanover, is making his second start Lasix. He last won with a front-end trip here for Jacques Baudouin on April 26th, and he gets some post-relief. He was first over from 5th to the quarter last Sunday and was parked out 4th at the half. He backed down on the backstretch, so that kind of trip is a bit less likely starting from post 4 instead of post 7. I like his chances today, and he's 6-1 at the moment. The 4, Sequence Hanover, he's one of 3 I'm using in this first leg of the pick 4. 20-cent base wager. I'm using the 3, Bubble Slide, the 4, Sequence Hanover, and the 6, Dominion, who was my spot play selection last Sunday and was edged out by a half length by Bandura, who is not in this field. Carl Duguay was driving on that occasion when Dominion was second. This time it's Stéphane Bargier making his 4th drive of the season. Again, a lot of our regular Rideau drivers were part of the stakes card, a big card at Hippodrome 3R this afternoon, and didn't want to overcommit and miss their drives tonight. So we have some different drivers on the card this evening. Dominion from post 6, he's 5-2 at the moment. He got away 4th in last Sunday's Rideau debut. He was boxed in past the opening quarter, and then he followed the winner, Bandura, along the pylons on the last turn and tipped 3 wide down the stretch, closing in the field's fastest last quarter of 29-3. Another to watch is the 1, Wildfire Blue Chip, one of 2 two-year-olds in this field. He got away second behind Cleveland Miska here on Sunday. He actually tipped first over from second on the backstretch, but faded on the last turn. So showing a bit of ambition, Wildfire Blue Chip in line to Phil Reed once again, his trainer-driver. He has the rail here and could be part of this ticket. It's a smaller field. and he dealt with interference and broken equipment in the previous start before that, July 28th. And the starter has called the race 2 trotters. This is your last chance to play the early pick 4 as they assemble in front of the grandstand on a chilly evening in the nation's capital. 1 is Wildfire Blue Chip for Phil Reed. 2 is Flash Me Some Green, Ryan Guy. 3, Bubble Slide for Jimmy Gagnon. 4, Sequence Hanover, Jacques Baudouin. 5, Global Money, Pierre Beauvais. And on the outside, 6, Dominion for Stéphane Bargier. And the trotters are on the turn. Now they're on the backstretch and lined up. They're off and trotting, and that's Wildfire Blue Chip leaving from the inside. Coming after him immediately, Bubble Slide wants the front, and she's going to battle that 2-year-old to get there. Moving up into third, about 3 lengths back of the top 2 is Global Money in the early going, and 2 lengths behind that one in fourth is Sequence Hanover. The last 2 are Dominion, and trailing the field at this point is the other 2-year-old Flash Me Some Green. They went by the opening quarter in a 29 and 4, somewhat spaced out and led by Bubble Slide and Jimmy Gagnon. On a break now at the back, Flash Me Some Green taking himself out of contention as Bubble Slide leads by 2 over Wildfire Blue Chip. Global Money sits third, and then a slight gap about 2 lengths back to Sequence Hanover. They're on the second turn. Second last is still Dominion, and at the back of the field, Flash Me Some Green. 101 and 2 to the half. Relaxed fractions for Bubble Slide and Jimmy Gagnon, just keeping ahead of Wildfire Blue Chip, who still sits the pocket and tightens up now, looking eager to move first over, possibly out of third. Global Money is tightening up as well, moving up the inside in fourth. That Sequence Hanover outside, and advancing first over from the back is Dominion, and trailing Flash Me Some Green. They went by 3/4 in 131 and 3, leaving the pocket. That's Wildfire Blue Chip to confront leader Bubble Slide at the top of the stretch. Also winding up from further back, Global Money looks to come on, and Dominion, but the 2-year-old Wildfire Blue Chip is leading the way now. Coming after him, Global Money on the outside. Wildfire Blue Chip on the run under the wire. He's on the run, but we'll have to see what the judges say about it. Second was Global Money. Third was Dominion. 2:02 and 4. Hold all tickets. We're going to have an inquiry on that one, I think. The AGCO judges have just confirmed that there is an inquiry on the break by 1 Wildfire Blue Chip in the stretch concerning the violation of the braking rule. They're looking at whether there was a violation of the braking rule by the winner, Wildfire Blue Chip, off stride late. So hold all tickets as the judges review race footage. The unofficial results are posted with 1 Wildfire Blue Chip, the race winner. Second, 5 Global Money, the 3 to 5 favorite. Finishing third was 6 Dominion, and finishing fourth was the 3 Bubble Slide. These are unofficial results only, particularly since the winner was off stride late and judges are reviewing that break. The inquiry, once again, concerns race 2 unofficial winner, number 1 Wildfire Blue Chip, who made a late break, and the judges are just considering whether there were violations of the braking rule. So hold all tickets. And the judges, upon review of video of the finish of race 2, found that 1 Wildfire Blue Chip was lapped on 5 Global Money at the wire when he made that break. So we have a placing. 5 Global Money, the 3 to 5 favorite, finished second and will be placed first. 1 Wildfire Blue Chip was the winner and will be placed second for the lapped on break at the wire. 6 Dominion finished third and remains third, and 3 Bubble Slide is fourth. The official winner of race 2 is 5 Global Money, a 3-year-old bay gelding by International Money out of Tough Girl Lindy, owned by Nicole Beauvais-Gertner of Apple Hill, Ontario, bred by KR Breeding LLC of Enfield, Connecticut, trained and driven by Pierre Beauvais. A 3-5 winning favorite in a first seasonal victory for Global Money. Now on your screens, the win photo from race 2 showing that 1 Wildfire Blue Chip on the inside for Phil Reed was lapped on 5 Global Money, who finished second and was placed first. Racing manager Peter Andrusak has just let me know there's a tote delay. We apologize for the inconvenience, and we hope to have results made official and prices posted very shortly. We apologize for the tote delay. While we wait for the tote delay to be resolved, I'd like to congratulate a couple of horses and their connections with Rideau Carleton Connections, who enjoyed success on the stakes card this afternoon at Hippodrome 3R in race 9 for the 3-year-old trotting fillies. The Breeders' Trophy final was won by Cleo Max Duhara, who has a couple of wins here this season. And the filly was a winner again in 202 flat for visiting driver Louis-Philippe Bois and trainer Marc-André Simoneau. Race 2 results are now official. I'd also like to congratulate the winner of race 12, number 2, Light the Torch, $29. That was for Pascal Berube and Marc-André Simoneau in the Quebec-bred Invitational this afternoon at Hippodrome 3R. Prices are posted here for race 2 at Rideau Carleton. The 5 Global Money pays $3.40 to win. The $2 early double 2-5 combination pays $7. The $2 exactor 5-1 pays $17.90. The $1 try 5-1-6 returns $36.50, and it's $106.20 for the $1 superfecta 5-1-6-3. The race 2 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Wildfire Blue Chip, finished first and was placed second for a lapped-on break at the wire. 2, Flash Me Some Green was 6th. 3, Bubble Slide 4th. 4, Sequence Hanover 5th. 3 to 5, favorite number 5, Global Money was second, placed first for driver Pierre Beauvais. And 6, Dominion finished third. From the top down, your program should read 1P2, 645, 2P1, 3. The fractions were 29 and 4 to the opening quarter, 101 and 2 at the half, 131 and 3 at 3/4, 202 and 4 the mile. I also have a correction to the fractions in race 1. I erroneously gave out an opening quarter of 31-2 for Jim's Big Thrill in race 1. It was actually 28-1. There was a teletimer malfunction, and I apologize for misreading that opening quarter in race 1. We're moving on to race 3 now with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. There were no changes in race 3. Back on the pace. My best bet is in this race based on a qualifier, and qualifiers can't always be taken as the same thing as a parimutuel win, but the way that Monterey Jackie, the 3 in race 3 tonight, won her parimutuel debut for Mandy Archer, won her qualifying debut for Mandy Archer. It was very impressive. So this tonight is the parimutuel debut for Monterey Jackie, who easily drew away from 4 other pacers last Sunday in her qualifier in the fastest mile of her life, 1:56.4. And she also paced the fastest last quarter for the day's qualifiers, 28-3. Tammy agrees. She saw what I saw perhaps in Monterey Jackie, driven here by Ryan Guy. For second, she likes the 4 DA Captain Obvious. Getting a driver change to Stéphane Pouliot here, as trainer Steve Germain has a couple of horses in the field. He's driving the 6 Whiskey Friday. Tammy's 4th place selection behind the 2 All My Wishes, the 2-year-old filly with Jimmy Gagnon driving for Macy Castle Smythe. I've made Monterey Jackie my best bet of the card. Hopefully she comes through and races as she qualified here last Sunday. She's 4-5 at the moment. At 7-2, number 4, DA Captain Obvious, also getting some attention. He was first to the front, starting from the Rideau rail last Sunday. He got circled by Bet I'm Shady before the quarter and was gapping third along the backstretch, getting covered up by an advancing Shadow Dave. DA Captain Obvious had a late move up the inside path, but that fell short. This is his first ever drive by Stéphane Pouliot. The 2, All My Wishes, 4-1 at the moment, gets some class relief after Sunday's Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots at Clinton, where she was covered up and shuffled back. She did come home in the field's co-fastest closing quarter of 29-4, and this is All My Wishes' debut for driver Jimmy Gagnon. Another who's been good so far this year is the 5 Little Cassara, who raced for Samuel Filion last Sunday and tipped to challenge Sporty's best bet on the backstretch. She held off Simply the Best by a nose and is back in line to Clark Stacey tonight. The post parade is approaching the track for race 3. Coming on track now, the race 3 pacers, non-winners of $4,000 or a race lifetime with allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $5,600. 1 is Tia, owned by Alexis Zilke, trained and driven by Sebastian Turenne. 2 is All My Wishes, owned by Louise Guillemette, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 3 is Monterey Jackie, the current even money favorite, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Peter Kircher, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy. 4 is D.A. Captain Obvious, owned and trained by Steve Germain, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 5 is Little Cassara, owned by Ross Hitchens, trained by Kara Stacy, driven by Clark Stacy. And completing this field from post 6, Whiskey Friday, owned, trained, and driven by Steve Germain. That's your field for race 3 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. No changes here. 3, Monterey Jackie, getting plenty of wagering attention here. She's the 7-5 favorite at the moment in her parimutuel debut for the Mandy Archer stable. On the gallop at the moment, but hopefully Ryan Guy gets her settled quickly, and he has. She showed no sign of that in her going away qualifier last Sunday. On the front end here, she was 28.5 lengths ahead of next best, ARIA. For those who are wondering about last night's on-track, free-to-play handicapping contest with Tammy Forgy in the simulcast lounge at Rideau Carleton, the jackpot is still building. It's up to $800 for next Saturday night. It was not hit last night, so something to consider as the temperatures drop and you're looking for something to do on a Saturday evening. Visit the Trackside Simulcast Lounge at Rideau Carleton for the free-to-play handicapping contest. Our next pick 4 is kicking off in race 4. It's a little more complicated than I thought the early pick 4 would be. But right here in race 3, we've got a pick 3 available, as well as Exactor, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering. There's steady support for even money favorite number 3, Monterey Jackie here. Although she's a maiden, she did pace the fastest mile of her life in that recent qualifier. The other I would definitely keep my eye on is 4, D.A. Captain Obvious, getting a catch driver after being regularly driven by his trainer. Could be a sign that produces a win. D.A. Captain Obvious, so far 0 for 17 this year, but pacing some fast miles here. Regularly pacing sub 158. He's 5-1 at the moment for catch driver Stéphane Pouliot, driving him for the first time. The 2-time winner, number 5, Little Cassara, is also 5-1, perhaps because she isn't being driven by Samuel Filion here, who was aboard for both of her career victories. Clark Stacey is in the bike. He's driven her before. In her first start, in fact, July 18th at this track when she was 4th. The starter has called the race 3 pacers. This is your last chance to play the pick 3 that kicks off here. The field is lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is Tia for Sebastian Turenne. 2, All My Wishes, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Monterey Jackie for Ryan Guy. 4, DA Captain Obvious, Stefan Pouliot. 5, Little Cassara, Clark Stacey. And on the outside is Whiskey Friday for Steve Germain. They're headed into the turn with Tia and All My Wishes, the last to line up. On a break, Tia. She's reset, but spots rivals a couple of lengths as they approach the start. They're off and pacing, and 4 of them leaving with the early lead to DA Captain Obvious for Stefan Pouliot, launching to get around All My Wishes, who now sits second on the inside. For how long, though? Monterey Jackie advancing first over from third into second for Ryan Guy on the first turn. Then it's a 4-length gap back to 4th place, Little Cassara, and further back, Whiskey Friday and Tia, a 28-3 opening panel. Quick one in the early going. We are looking at leader DA Captain Obvious coming in front of the grandstand, keeping just over a length ahead of All My Wishes second. Third is Monterey Jackie, finding places along the pylons. Further back in 4th, Little Cassara, and she is followed by Whiskey Friday. And after the early miscue, Tia successfully caught the field, but she sits last. They head to the half in 59 flat. Here comes the expected move, first over by Monterey Jackie. She's up into second on the outside, chasing leader DA Captain Obvious, and she's under urging third, and moving up and parking Monterey Jackie. All My Wishes is putting up a fight, and then it's about 3 lengths back to 4th, where it is Little Cassara following. Gapping behind her, second last, Whiskey Friday. Tia is at the back and out of contention. 1:27.1 at 3/4, and DA Captain Obvious trying to pull off the mild upset here. All My Wishes looking for room up the inside. Monterey Jackie is fighting on bravely after a parked out trip. There's 3 of them coming down to the wire, and it's going to be Monterey Jackie by about a half length over All My Wishes. DA Captain Obvious for show ahead of Little Cassara, 157 flat. Unofficial results are posted for race 3, 1-5 favorite. Monterey Jackie delivers in her parimutuel debut for Mandy Archer and Ryan Guy. That's the 3 pulling ahead in the race replay. Over number 2, All My Wishes. Second. Third was 4, DA Captain Obvious. Fourth was the 5, Little Casara. Results are unofficial. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle after her maiden victory. It's unofficial race 3 winner, number 3, Monterey Jackie. A 6-year-old black mare by Better Than Cheddar out of Panama Maddie, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Peter Kircher of Ontario. Monterey Jackie was bred by Catherine Flanagan of Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven to her first career victory by Flyin' Ryan Guy, 157 flat. Congratulations on the first lifetime victory, Monterey Jackie. And connections. And official results are posted with prices. 3, Monterey Jackie returns $260 to win. The $2 exactor, 3-2, pays $7.90. It's $6.85 for the $1 try, 324, and the $1 superfecta pays $13.15 for the 3245 ticket. The race 3 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Tia finished 6th. 2, All My Wishes was 2nd. 1 to 5 favorite number 3, Monterey Jackie, the race winner for Ryan Guy. 4, DA Captain Obvious was 3rd. 5, Little Casara 4th. And 6, Whiskey Friday finished 5th. From the top down, your program should read 6-2-1-3-4-5. The fractions were 28 and 3 to the opening quarter, 59 flat at the half, 127 and 1 at 3/4, 157 flat. The first parimutuel victory for Monterey Jackie. Race 4 is coming up next, kicking off our middle pick 4. There's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering. And just one change. It's an equipment change on the 2, Woodmere Gaelic, who goes from blinkers to Swedish blind. There was also a line to be announced in race 4. The September 6th start of number 1, American Colt, was at Hippodrome 3R, and he won in 156 and 2. That's American Colt with a win on Friday at Hippodrome 3R in 156 and 2. He's 8 to 5 at the moment. A popular choice, momentarily the favorite. That status has now shifted to 2, Woodmere Gaelic, with 2024 Coville Cup driving champion Jeff Taylor in the bike. Once again, an equipment change on the 2, Woodmere Gaelic, going from blinkers to Swedish blind. He has just one win this season in 23 starts. That was at the Raceway at Western Fair. But he's got significant post relief here. And he could be on the brink of getting figured out. Jeff has mentioned before, this horse just needs to get sorted out. And that could happen tonight. He's the 3 to 5 favorite. And the race 4 post parade is now coming on track. These pacers are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 starts. Also eligible $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,500 in their last 5 starts. They compete for a purse of $5,200. One is American Colt, owned by Denis Audette, who also trains. Denis Audette is in the sulky tonight for American Colt. As mentioned, the race line from Friday At Hippodrome 3R, he was a race winner in 156 and 2. Two is Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario, with Antonio Belfiore, trained by Steve Belisle, driven by Jeff Taylor. An equipment change on Woodmere Gaelic from blinkers to Swedish blind bridle. Three is Uber Hanover, owned by Nicole Corbin, trained by Yves Corbin, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Four is Rockin' My Dream, owned by trainer Alain Martin, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Five is Big Pete Style, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. And completing the field from post 6 is Stock, owned by Ecurie Alpha with Yves Laprise, trained by Sylvain Tremblay, driven by William Waugh. That's your field for race 4. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and middle pick for wagering here. My top choice this race is the 4, Rockin' My Dream, who set the pace and then tired late in his only other race for Stéphane Pouliot, which was back on May 5th, 2023 here at Rideau Carleton. Rockin' My Dream gets some post relief. He left aggressively on August 25th, settled fourth by the quarter, and got boxed in and shuffled back by the half. Again, that was for another driver, Stéphane Pouliot, driving him tonight for only the second time in his career. He's 5-2 at the moment. Number 4, Rockin' My Dream. The 2, Woodmere Gaelic, now on screen, is the 4-5 favorite at the moment. He took back to last off the gate in his Sunday Coville Cup leg for another driver. He was driven by Claude LaRose that race. He came second over from last on the second turn and was 3 wide at the top of the stretch. Woodmere Gaelic finished 6th, but only 3 lengths back of He's Got a Vendetta. He's got Jeff Taylor driving here with some post relief. They had post 7 in their previous start together. That was at Rideau Carleton on the 29th of August. Woodmere Gaelic, a horse who's just a little bit hard to figure out, it seems. And Jeff Taylor has driven him now. This is the 3rd time in a race, so there could be some progress. He has just the 1 win this season, and he's looking for a first 2024 Rideau Carleton victory. He's 3-5 favorite at the moment, though. Woodmere Gaelic from post 2. At 7-1, number 3, Uber Hanover might be getting overlooked a little here. He's my second choice, also that of Tammy, who agrees with me and puts the 4, Rockin' My Dream, on top. Uber Hanover likes the front end. He was an 11-1 Rideau winner last September 17th with a pocket ride for driver Philippe Trudeau. This is his first ever drive by Jimmy Gagnon. Uber Hanover was first to the front on August 11th. He got circled by Jim's Big Thrill past the quarter and boxed in past 3 quarters. That trip didn't work out. He's 7-1 at the moment, which is an intriguing price, especially on the driver change. He has 2 wins already this season, a 155 flat seasonal best, the fastest of any horse in this field for race 4. Just a reminder, there are 3 pick 4s tonight And this is the second, the middle pick 4 that's going to be kicking off in race 4, which will be going behind the gate momentarily. Little change on the board in terms of the favorite. Number 2, Woodmere Gaelic, remains popular. He's 4-5. American Colt from the rail, also at 9-2 right now. But he also was getting some attention when the windows opened, coming in off of a Friday win at Hippodrome 3R. That's the line that was to be announced. That's mentioned in the program. Coming in off a seasonal best. Quick turnaround for the 1, American Colt. The starter has called the race 4 Pacers. This is your final opportunity to get involved in the middle pick 4. They're lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is American Colt for Denis Audette. 2, Woodmere Gaelic, Jeff Taylor. 3, Uber Hanover, Jimmy Gagnon. 4, Rockin' My Dream, Stéphane Pouliot. 5, Big Pete Style, Ryan Guy. And 6, Stock for William Waugh. The Pacers are on the turn. And they're on the backstretch. Approaching the start for Rideau Carleton Race 4 and the middle pick 4. They're off and pacing. American Colt and Denis Audette are putting the rail advantage to full advantage early, easing up into second behind him in the early going. That's Woodmere Gaelic, parked first over in third. Stock is making an early bid for William Waugh, caught in fourth early. That's Uber Hanover, buried along the cones behind him in fifth. That's Rockin' My Dream, and trailing early, Big Pete Style. They head to the quarter in 29-3. They're past it now, still led by American Colt, who is keeping ahead of Woodmere Gaelic out there first over in third. Stock having a long night at the office. Following that cover, second over now from fourth. That's Rockin' My Dream as they head around the turn. No change up front as American Colt is having things his way on the front end for Denis Audette, and reaches the half in 59-1. Backing down to third on the inside, Woodmere Gaelic continuing to press on the outside second. That is Stock fighting gamely and looking to go 3 wide now for Stéphane Pouliot. Rockin' My Dream is advancing into second in pursuit of leader American Colt as they approach 3 quarters. And now we have a new leader by a head as we pass 3 quarters in 1:28-1. Rockin' My Dream has landed on the lead for Stéphane Pouliot. Still second, American Colt on the inside. Stock is still fighting bravely. He's first over from third, but we have a going away winner in race 4, Rockin' My Dream for Stéphane Pouliot. Gets the job done by about 8 lengths over next best, Woodmere Gaelic. Up for show was Big Pete Style, 158 flat. Unofficial results are now posted for race 4. 3-2 co-favorite number 4, Rockin' My Dream, delivers for Stefan Pouliot. Second, co-favorite at 3-2, number 2, Woodmere Gaelic. Closing for show was the 5, Big Pete Style. Fourth was 3, Uber Hanover. Hold all tickets. Results are unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 4 winner, number 4, Rockin' My Dream. He's a 7-year-old bay gelding by a rock and roll dance out of Born to Dream, owned by trainer Alain Martin of Gatineau, Quebec, bred by Lomangio Standardbreds of Tinton Falls, New Jersey. Driven to victory by Stefan Pouliot in 158 flat, an impressive going away victory for Rockin' My Dream. Race 4 results are now official. For Rockin' My Dream pays $5.10 to win. The $2 exactor, 4-2, pays $11.50. The $1 try, 425, returns $18 even, and it's $46.85 for the $1 superfecta, 4253. The race 4 rundown is now on your screens. 1, American Colt finished 6th. 2, Woodmere Gaelic was 2nd, has beaten 3-2 co-favorite. 3, Uber Hanover was 4th. 3-2 co-favorite. Number 4, Rockin' My Dream, the race winner for Stefan Pouliot. 5, Big Pete Style closed for show. And 6, Stock was 5th. From the top down, your program should read 624-135. The fractions were 29-3 to the opening quarter, 59-1 at the half, 128-1 at 3/4, 158 flat, the winning mile for Rockin' My Dream. Race 5 is coming up next. It's our featured preferred handicap pace. No changes. Tammy's picks are on screen for race 5. She's going with the 4, Early Action, over 2, Sports Activator, followed by 3, Flash Cube, and then Revolt, the 5, for 4th. I see it a little bit differently. It's a whole different look to the preferred handicap pace when we don't have the light speed. He was in the Invitational finale at Hippodrome 3R. That was for Quebec breds, won by Light the Torch. And I'm going with 5, Revolt, in our preferred handicap here at Rideau Carleton. Revolt took back to 4th off the gate at this level last Sunday. He made a second over move on the second turn to follow the cover of the light speed, then advanced uncovered on the backstretch and was game to the wire. Revolt finished second by 1 3/4 lengths behind winner, the light speed, in an individual mile of 1:52.2. It's his best performance yet since he came to Rideau Carleton August 18th. For owner-trainer Cassandra Lecourt. Jimmy Gagnon gets the drive here, as Pascal Berube was committed to several horses today at Hippodrome 3R on their big stakes program. The field is approaching the track for the race 5 post parade. Race 5 is our preferred handicap pace with a purse of $10,000. Leading the post parade for our feature is 1, Jet Rock, owned by Écurie CSL, with Les Écuries d'Orléans, trained by Jacques Dupont, driven by Stéphane Bargier. Two is Sports Activator, owned by Lee Cullen, with Lloyd Howley, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven by Mike Armstrong. Three is Flash Cube, owned by Yvon Mondu, trained by Guy Gagnon, in the sulky, Jacques Baudouin. 4 is the current 3-5 favorite, Early Action, owned by Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy. And completing this field from post 5, Revolt, owned by trainer Cassandra Lacourte, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's the small but mighty field for our preferred handicap pace with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. The current favorite from post 4 is Early Action, taking lots of early action on the tote board. He challenged the light speed past the opening quarter on Sunday and cleared in front of the grandstand, but it was short-lived. The light speed reclaimed the lead at the half. Early Action then closed in the field and cards co-fastest last quarter of 28-2. It was a multi-move race. He's even money at the moment. That's current favorite, number 4, Early Action. He also has the advantage of keeping his regular driver on a card when some of our usual driving colony at Rideau Carleton was committed to other horses this afternoon. And we're not able to make it back for tonight's races. So Ryan Guy, usually driving Early Action. He's also having a good night so far on the card, winning with Jim's Big Thrill in race 1, and then returning to the winner's circle in race 3 with Monterey Jackie for her first career parimutuel victory. 2-5 at the moment now on the 4, Early Action. I liked what I saw of Revolt, who was mentioned by Racing Twitter, Rideau handicapper Brad. He liked what he saw about Revolt going into last Sunday's preferred handicap pace. Once again, Revolt took back to 4th off the gate and came second over on the second turn following the first over the light speed. He continued advancing uncovered on the backstretch and stayed game to the wire. So Revolt showing a lot of heart there. 3, Flash Cube is 4-1 at the moment. He wired at a lower classification here last Sunday in a seasonal best, 153 flat. He held off the horse who is starting from post 2 here, Sports Activator, the beaten 2-5 favorite that race, who closed in the field and cards co-fastest, 28-2 last quarter. Sports Activator has 3 place finishes in a row, and he's been the beaten favorite in the last couple for driver Ryan Guy, who tonight has chosen the 4, Early Action. So trainer Mike Armstrong sitting behind Sports Activator. 7-1 at the moment from post 2 on that class jump to the preferred. For those wondering, where's the light speed? Well, he was at Hippodrome 3R in race 12, the Invitational for Quebec breds, and the light speed finished second by a nose. As beaten favorite, he was second to Light the Torch in a very close battle in a 1:56 2 mile. Guy Gagnon driving the light speed and light the torch. The winner was driven by his regular driver, Pascal Berube, for Marc-Andre Simoneau in that impressive mile. And the starter has called the preferred pacers. This is your last reminder to get involved in the pick 3 kicking off here. As they go behind the gate, led by 1, Jet Rock for Stéphane Barget. 2 is Sports Activator, Mike Armstrong driving. 3, Flash Cube for Jacques Baudouin. 4, Early Action, Ryan Guy. And on the outside is 5, Revolt for Jimmy Gagnon. They're lined up and on the turn. The preferred pacers are on the backstretch. And they're off and pacing and leaving from the outside. Revolt gets orders from Jimmy Gagnon and quickly responds, sweeping to the front ahead of Jet Rock, who now inherits the pocket. Caught first over early and going in reverse. That's Flash Cube, who backs down to the back of the field, leaving Early Action to advance uncovered from third. Sitting in fourth, that's Sports Activator. The compact field heads past the action-packed opening quarter in 27 and 2. Up front, Revolt and Jimmy Gagnon leading the way, keeping ahead of Jet Rock, attentive from the pocket. It's 3 lengths back to Early Action in third. 4 lengths behind him in fourth is Sports Activator. Trailing this field is Flash Cube. They're headed around the second turn and headed toward the half. Up front, still in command, Revolt for Jimmy Gagnon, getting there in 54 and 3, a 27 and 1 second panel. And that is Jet Rock keeping pace from second, and then it's further back by a good 3 lengths to next closest, Early Action, who's tightening up but not doing enough yet. Further back in fourth, gapping by 4, is Sports Activator. Trailing, that's Flash Cube, 122 and 4, past 3/4, and Revolt is now confronted by Early Action to his outside as the stretch looms ahead. Early Action trying to take on leader Revolt, and he's circled him and made front to open up now quickly by 3, by 4, make it 5 lengths. Early Action with lots of late speed. He's going to win for Ryan Guy over Revolt. Very tight for show between Sports Activator on the inside and Jet Rock on the outside, 152 and 2. Unofficial results are posted for race 5, 3-5 favorite. Number 4, Early Action, delivers the third win tonight for Ryan Guy. Second was 5, Revolt. Third was the 1, Jet Rock. Fourth, number 2, Sports Activator. Hold all tickets. Results are unofficial. making his way back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 5, preferred handicap pace winner, number 4, Early Action. A 5-year-old bay gelding by Huntsville out of Fashion Katie, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with Kimberly Eden of Brockville, Ontario. Early Action was bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Hanover, Pennsylvania, trained by Mandy Archer. And that's win number 3 tonight for Flyin' Ryan Guy. 152-2 for Early Action. Now the official race 5 winner. Prices are posted. Race 5 winner, number 4, Early Action, returns $3.30 to win. The $2 exactor we'll get back to. The $1 pick 3 pays $11.20 for the 3-4-4 ticket. The early pick 4 returns $29.90 for 4 of 4, 5-3-4-4. Here's our $1 triactor, $10.75 for the 4-5-1 ticket, and it's $15.20 for the $1 superfecta, 4-5-1-2. The race 5 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Jet Rock was 3rd. 2, Sports Activator 4th. 3, Flash Cube 5th. 4, Early Action, a 3-5 winning favorite for Ryan Guy. And 5, Revolt was 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. The fractions were 27-2 to the opening quarter, 54-3 at the half, 122-4 at 3 quarters, 152-2, the winning mile for Early Action. Race 6 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Super High 5, and Pick 5 wagering. Take note, we have a carryover in the Pick 5, $798.15. Now on screen, I mentioned it was rather close, the battle for show. We're taking a look at the 5, Revolt, in the middle, finishing second, just ahead of the 1, Jet Rock on the outside. And then the 4th place finisher was the 2 on the inside, Sports Activator. Early action, a going away winner, not part of that photo. There's a claim entered on 6, Jaden's Magic Steel, in upcoming race 6. The post parade should be coming on track shortly. There's Exactor, Triactor, Super High 5, and Pick 5 wagering. And it always bears repeating when there's a carryover. There it is, $798 already there in the pool. As I sometimes point out, when we have new bettors and people new to handicapping and wagering, the high 5 is selecting the top 5 finishers in order this race. The pick 5 is finding the winners of races 6 through 10. You need to find the winner here and in each of the next 4 races for a pick 5. 5 straight winners. My suggested ticket is posted with my 40-1 shot, number 9, Richie Alpha, on top. I'm also using 1, the Colt, and the current 6-5 favorite from post 2, Real Rubies at Play, coming in off a win last Sunday from off the pace for owner, trainer, driver Michel Legasse. I'm going 4 deep in race 7 with the 1, 364, the Inverness newcomer, number 5, Old Chunk of Coal. Also using the 4, Bauer Power there, and the 7, Shadow Dave. The horses are approaching the track for the race 6 post parade. And the Pacers are now on track for the post parade for race 6. They are non-winners of $2,250 in their last 5 starts. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $500. Also eligible, $10,500 claimers. They're racing for a purse of $6,000. There are actually 2 claims entered on number 4, Mock Art in Motion, and 6, Jaden's Magic Steel. One is the Colt, owned by Don Lee with trainer Gordon Lee, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. The current 4-5 favorite is number 2, Real Rubies at Play, owned, trained, and driven by Michel Legacy. Three is Sunshine Love, owned by Kristen Trudeau, trained by Stefan Meyer, driven by Mike Healy. Four is Mock Art in Motion, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy. Note there is a claim entered on the 4, Mock Art in Motion. Five is Crosscut, owned by trainer Gerard Vaillancourt, driven by Clark Stacey. Six is Jaden's Magic Steel, owned by Jamie Copley, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Stefan Pouliot, and there is a claim entered on the 6, Jaden's Magic Steel. Seven is Springbridge Gym, owned, trained, and driven by Andrew Moore, co-owned by Tommy Godfrey. Eight is Howie's Man, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller, driven by Josh Miller. Completing this field from trailing post 9, Richie Alpha, owned by Ecurie Alpha with Anne-Marie Demare and Manon Tremblay, trained by Sylvain Tremblay and driven by William Waugh. That's the field for race 6. There were no changes, but there are those 2 claims entered on 4, Mock Art in Motion, and 6, Jaden's Magic Steel. Exactor, Triactor, Super High 5, and Pick 5 with that $798 carryover, making the Pick 5 even more enticing. We're taking a look at current 4-5 favorite, number 2, Real Rubies at Play, who overcame early interference by breakers Dillon's Bank and Sunshine Love here on Sunday. He was gapping 4th to the quarter, came 3 wide at 3/4, and delivered that win for Michel Legacy. He gets some class relief here as well. Real Rubies at Play, already a 2-time winner this year. Both of those victories by over 2 lengths for Michel Legacy. Others to think about in this field include the 1, Currently odds of 5-1 on the Colt, who raced single file fourth to the Rideau half behind leader Howie's Man. Got boxed in and shuffled back on the backstretch and then closed into stretch traffic in his most recent race. That was last Sunday. The Colt paced the field's co-fastest last quarter, last Sunday, just 30 flat. And he looks like Jimmy Gagnon's possible choice over Crosscut here. Crosscut, the 5, got away last from the Rideau rail on August 25th and was third over from last, nearing 3/4. He gained significant ground late in the field's co-fastest last quarter of that race of 28-4. The 4 Mockart in Motion getting some attention. He's 7-2 at the moment. He came first over from fourth on the backstretch last Sunday at Rideau Carleton. He got parked first over on the final turn, and he dead heated for show in a wild finish. Some class relief for the 4 Mockart in Motion, who drops now 3-1. He's one of the 2 with a claim entered. The 4 and the 6 here both have claims entered. My top choice, 35-1 on the 9, Richie Alpha, who won October 19th and November 2nd here last year for driver William Waugh. He was strong on the front end, both miles. He came first over second against Light the Torch early at Hippodrome 3R last Sunday. He matched strides with him to 3/4 before fading. He gets major class relief in this start from the second tier. That's the 9, Richie Alpha. Don't forget, the pick 5 kicks off here, the one and only, and we have that carryover tonight, $798, making it very worth your while. Even if you're not regularly a pick 5 player. The starter has called the field for Rideau Carleton. Race 6 kicking off our pick 5. Last chance to get involved in the pick 5 tonight. The paces are lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is the Colt for Jimmy Gagnon. 2, Real Rubies at Play, Michel Legacy. 3, Sunshine Love for Mike Healy. 4, Mockart in Motion for Ryan Guy with a claim entered. 5, Crosscut, Clark Stacy. 6, Jaden's Magic Steel, Stefan Pouliot, a claim entered as well. 7, Springbridge Jim for Andrew Moore. 8, Howie's Man for Josh Miller, who's catching the field, but still about 5 lengths off the gate as they head into the backstretch. And from trailing post 9, it's Richie Alpha for William Waugh. They are on the backstretch. They're off and pacing and leaving from the inside the Colt, and Jimmy Gagnon setting the early pace. Right on his outside is Real Rubies at Play, pressing on for Michel Legacy, moving up the cones into third early. That is Richie Alpha. And then taking back to settle fourth is Mockart in Motion. They're in single file procession to the opening quarter, and they reach that point in 28-2 up front. And leading the way, it's Real Rubies at Play, the Chestnut, keeping just ahead of the Colt in second. Further back in third is Richie Alpha. Fourth, that's Mockart in Motion. Fifth on the outside, Crosscut flushing out Mockart in Motion, who comes first first over now as they head around the turn, approaching the half. Further back, nowhere to go, caught inside. That's Sunshine Love. They head past the half in 58 flat, and they're still led by Real Rubies at Play and Michel Legacy pressing the pace on the outside. Mock Art in Motion is first over second, third on the inside. The Colt, second over, gapping cover fourth now. That is Crosscut. Fifth on the inside, but not gaining ground, Richie Alpha. Third over and looking to go three wide now, Jaden's Magic Steel as they went by three quarters, 125 and 4 at the back of the field. Coming on late, that is Sunshine Love, and trailing Springbridge Jim. Going down the stretch, it's all up to Real Rubies at Play now. He's keeping 2 lengths ahead of next closest, Mock Art in Motion. It's going to be a Real Rubies at Play over Mock Art in Motion. Up for show was the Colt ahead of Jaden's Magic Steel, 154 and 2. Unofficial results are posted for race 6. Even money favorite, number 2, Real Rubies at Play. The race winner for Michel Legacy. Second, 4, Mock Art in Motion. Third was 1, the Colt. Fourth, 6, Jaden's Magic Steel. And completing the high 5 was 5, Crosscut, finishing 5th. Results are unofficial. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 6 winner, number 2, Real Rubies at Play. An 8-year-old chestnut gelding by Shadow Play out of Rubies Are Real. Owned, trained, and driven by Michel Legacy of Terrebonne, Quebec. Real Rubies at Play was bred by Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario. That's his 3rd win this year. 154 and 2. Congratulations to Real Rubies at Play and Michel Legacy, their 3rd win together this year at Rideau Carleton. And results are now official. 2, Real Rubies at Play returns $4 to win. The $2 exactor, 2-4, pays $10. $13.10, the $1 triactor, 2-4-1. and the 20-cent Super High Five pays $33.41 for the 24165 20-cent Super High Five. There were two claims in race 6. For Mockart in Motion was claimed by owner-trainer Wayne Catherwood for $10,500. 6, Jaden's Magic Steel was claimed for $10,500 by new owner-trainer Jason Gilchrist. The race 6 rundown is now on your screens. 1, the Colt finished 3rd. 2, Real Rubies at Play, the even money winning favorite for Michelle Legacy. 3, Sunshine Love finished 6th. 4, Mockart in Motion was 2nd. 5, Crosscut 5th. 6, Jaden's Magic Steel finished 4th. 7, Springbridge Jim was 7th. 8, Howie's Man was 8th. And 9, Richie Alpha, 9th. From the top down, your program should read 316-254-789. The fractions in race 6 were as follows: 28 and 2 to the opening quarter, 58 flat at the half, 125 and 4 at 3/4, 154 and 2 the winning mile for Real Rubies at Play. Moving on to race 7 now. Tammy's picks posted on screen, and she's going with the newcomer from Charlottetown and Inverness. Old Chunk of Coal is making his Rideau Carleton debut from post 5 for Mandy Archer and driver Ryan Guy. This pacer, based on the half-mile tracks in the Maritimes, 3 wins this season. For second, Tammy likes the 4, Bauer Power, with Jeff Taylor in the bike for the 3rd consecutive start. Going outside to 7, Shadow Dave for show, and then the 2, Century Jazz, to complete the superfecta. Race 7 has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. There are no changes in Race 7. Race 9, for those who missed it earlier, does have a scratch of the 7, Candid Cameron, a vet scratch in Race 9. I see things a little bit differently than Tammy here. I tend to favor the long shots a little bit or look for a different angle. I like the 364, who backed down to 4th on the pylons on the first turn Sunday after a second over move to follow the hard-leaving Bet I'm Shady. 364 got boxed in and shuffled back on the second turn and was finally loose at the top of the stretch. He bore out in the stretch. He lost some ground trying to overtake Battle of York. If he had stayed straight there, I think it could have been an even better result for 364, who picks up catch driver William Waugh here. He loses Ryan Guy to the 5, Old Chunk of Coal, who is the 1-9 favorite. We'll find out soon. Here comes the post parade for Race 7. And the Pacers are on track for the Race 7 post parade. They are non-winners of $10,500 or 2 races lifetime. Also eligible non-winners of a race in 2023-2024. Allowances for fillies and mares. They compete for a purse of $6,000. One is 364, owned by trainer Marcel Rozon, driven by William Waugh. Two is Century Jazz, owned by Gestillon J.Y. Blais, incorporated with a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Three is Hella's Rocket, owned by Alexis Zielke, trained and driven by Sebastian Turenne. Four is Bauer Power, owned by William Beecham with trainer Gavin Christie, driven by Jeff Taylor. Five, Old Chunk of Coal is the current 1-9 favorite. He is owned by Jamie Copley and James Copley with Kimberly Eaton and the Max Webster Stable. Trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy. Six is Surratt Hanover, owned and trained by Denis Maisonneuve, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. And completing this field from post 7, it's Shadow Dave, owned by Anne Lemarand, trained and driven by Mike Healy. That's the field for race 7, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and the final pick 4 of our Sunday night card at Rideau Carleton. We're taking a look at Old Chunk of Coal from post 5. He's 1-5 now. He was 1-9 a short time ago. He's coming into the Mandy Archer stable to make his Rideau Carleton debut. That is something in his favor. I don't love that he was scratched sick on August 28th at Inverness. He was a Maritime-based horse, 3 years old, and now moving up in class. So he could be ready. Some of the maritime horses translate very well when they come to Ontario. I'm only a little leery because of coming in off of the vet scratch sick on August 28th at Inverness. But there's lots to like about old Chunk of Coal with 3 wins from 11 starts this season as a 3-year-old. He didn't race at age 2. And he's got Ryan Guy at the controls, having a good night with 3 Rideau wins already. Because of the condition of the race, there isn't a standout here with a lot of wins or a lot of earnings recently. The 4, Bauer Power, is dropping. He's 7-1 at the moment. He gets post relief after a parked out trip on Sunday. Jeff Taylor keeps the drive on Bauer Power, who's now 6-1. At 21-1, 7, Shadow Dave and Mike Healy getting overlooked here. They took back to second last off the gate here last Sunday and were third over from last into the second turn, gaining ground late in the field's fastest last quarter of 30-1. He's closed well before. That's the 7, Shadow Dave. I am going 4 deep this race to open the late pick 4. I'm also using the 1, 364, who backed down to 4th on the pylons on the first turn Sunday after that second over move to follow Bet I'm Shady. He did get boxed in. He did bear out late. Let's see what he can do here. 4-1 at the moment. My top choice, 364. In race 8, the second leg of the late pick 4, I'm using the 1, I Love My Rockin' Bird, with the 6, Albert Alpha. Race 9, I think the 1, 88 Fingers Louie, looks good to repeat from the rail. But the 6, Geisha's Treasure, could have something to say about that as well. And then in race 10, 3 horses to complete my pick 4, final leg. I'm going with the 2, Day Delight, looking good for trainer Vic Putty, driver Jimmy Gagnon. From the second, from post 2, I should say, he gets considerable post relief from his most recent starts. 3, Shotgun Jerry, always a factor late in the mile. And then the 6, Dinner Party, another new arrival in the Mandy Archer stable with Ryan Guy driving. And the starter has called the field for race 7. Last chance tonight to play the pick 4 at Rideau Carleton. The last one gets rolling here in race 7. The field is gathering behind the gate in front of the Rideau grandstand. 1 is 364 for William Waugh. 2, Century Jazz, Stefan Pouliot. 3, Hellas Rocket, Sebastian Turenne. 4, Bauer Power, Jeff Taylor. 5, Old Chunk of Coal for Ryan Guy. 6, Surratt Hanover, Jimmy Gagnon. And 7, Shadow Dave for Mike Healy on the outside. They're getting in position on the turn. .364 and Bauer Power a little behind the rest. They're on the backstretch. They're lined up. They're off and pacing, and that's 364, leaving from the rail to his outside, coming on early. Old Chunk of Coal for Ryan Guy, battles his way to the front, caught wide first over now, third uncovered, that's Surratt Hanover, and following him, here comes a big 3-wide move from Bauer Power, early action as he comes flying after Old Chunk of Coal to make this a confrontational opening quarter, 28-1. Coming after current leader Old Chunk of Coal, Bauer Power is bridle to bridle with him in front of the tote board. Third on the inside is 364. Second over, gapping cover in fourth, Surratt Hanover. Behind him, fifth, Hella's Rocket. Stepping out from the back of the field, Shadow Dave is trying to get involved. Caught in with nowhere to go, Century Jazz. They head by the half, 57-1. And Bauer Power fighting on for Jeff Taylor. He is inching ahead of Old Chunk of Coal as they head along the backstretch, and also out and moving. Here comes Mike Healy with Shadow Dave brushing up into second as Old Chunk of Coal backs down to third on the inside. Now left out there and gaining ground uncovered. First over, Hella's Rocket is fourth and looking to go around him on the final turn. 3 wide, Century Jazz has found room. 1:26-2 past 3/4, and it's up to Bauer Power now, digging deep. Oh, we have a breaker moving to the inside. That's Old Chunk of Coal taken to safety. Here comes Shadow Dave down the middle of the track to his outside. Century Jazz is pressing things right to the wire. Shadow Dave by a head over next best Century Jazz, then Bauer Power and Surratt Hanover, 1:57-1. And unofficial results are posted for race 7. With the 7, Shadow Dave and driver Mike Healy prevailing at 30-1 odds over the fast closing number 2, Century Jazz. Second, holding on for show, was 4, Bauer Power. And closing for fourth was a 6, Surratt Hanover. Unofficial results only. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial Race 7 winner, number 7, Shadow Dave, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Shadow Play out of Rosa Pena, owned by Anne Lemerond of Gatineau, Quebec. Shadow Dave was bred by James David Allen of Jasper, Ontario. He's trained and driven by Mike Healy. That's his second seasonal victory. I believe it's his second lifetime victory. And a new lifetime mark, 157-1. Congratulations, Shadow Dave and Mike Healy. Race 7 is now official. Prices are posted. 7, Shadow Dave pays $68.20 to win. The $2 exactor, 7-2, pays $478 and change. The $1 pick 4 ending here, 4 of 4, pays $771.05 for the 4-4-2-7 combination. If you had it for 20 cents, it pays $154 and change. The $1 triactor returns $1,165.60 for the 7-2-4 $1 ticket. The 20-cent pick 3 ending here, 4-2-7, pays $25.09. The $1 pick 3, 3 of 3, 4, 2, and 7 pays $125.45. The race 7 rundown is now posted. 1, 364 was 5th. 2, Century Jazz was 2nd. 3, Hella's Rocket finished 6th. 4, Bauer Power was 3rd. 1 to 9 favorite number 5, Old Chunk of Coal was 7th. 6, Surratt Hanover was 4th. 7, Shadow Dave, the race winner for trainer-driver Mike Healy. From the top down, your program should read 526-3741. The fractions were 28-1 to the opening quarter, 57-1 at the half, 126-2 at 3/4, 157-1. The winning time for Shadow Dave in a new lifetime mark. A very close but decisive at the same time victory for Shadow Dave and Mike Healy, the 7 on the inside. Coming on late, though, the 2. Closing very well there, Century Jazz for Stefan Pouliot. Definitely both horses to watch for next time. Race 8 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Pick 3, and Superfecta Wagering. There were no changes in Race 8. Just that one scratch in Race 9. Candid Cameron, the 7 in Race 9, is a veterinary scratch. No changes in Race 10 for those playing the Pick 3 that kicks off here in Race 8. As we wait for the Race 8 post parade to come on track, we'll take a quick look from a handicapping perspective at the field. The favorite, even money at the moment, is the 1, Love My Rockin' Bird, returning to the Rideau Carleton rail for the first time since November 25th of last year, when he finished a half length behind the Lightspeed for show in the preferred handicap. He was a winner at a higher classification on September 10th last year and gets the post relief that may allow him to get his favored front end trip for Jimmy Gagnon tonight. He was a beaten favorite in his most recent start and makes a quick turnaround here. That's even money favorite Love My Rockin' Bird from the rail. Irresistible, the 4, is 2-1. He stung Get Your License Liam at the wire in Sunday's Coville Cup. But both horses capitalized on collapsing pace. It was a quick, early part of the mile, cut by Party Vibes. Irresistible now going to Ryan Guy from Sebastian Turenne, who drove him in the Coville Cup. Sebastian Turenne now driving his own trainee, the 2, Betts Show Off from post 2, currently at odds of 7-2. Here comes the post parade for race 8. The Race 8 Post Parade is now on track. These pacers are non-winners of $3,750 in their last 5 starts, with non-winners of a race in their last 5 starts allowed $1,500. Also eligible, $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $60,000 lifetime. They compete for a purse of $7,000. Three to 5 current favorite is the 1, Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Two is Bet's Show Off, owned by Germain and Margaret Brazeau, trained and driven by Sebastian Turenne. 3 is I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 4 is Irresistible, owned by Jamie Copley with Darren Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy. 5 is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy, trained by John McMillan, driven by Kyle Forgy. 6 is Albert Alpha, owned by Ecurie Alpha with Anne-Marie Demare and Yves and Yvonne Laprise, trained by Sylvain Tremblay, driven by William Waugh. Completing the field from post 7, it's No Time at All, owned by Jean Allaire with Gina Bragagnolo and trainer Yves Tessier, driven by Michel Lagacé. And that's your field for race 8, exact or triact or superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We're taking a look at 7 to 5 favorite, number 1, Love My Rockin' Bird. Known for loving front-end trips, but lately he hasn't been getting them as much. He did manage on Thursday, but he was crossing over from an outside post and ended up beat at the end of that mile by Smiling Billy the Kid. He was the favorite with Guy Gagnon catch driving. Tonight it's Jimmy Gagnon in the bike. He's impressed from outside posts, finishing second by a head for Jimmy Gagnon on August 15th in a front-end trip from post 8. He's got the gate speed. It's a question of stamina and what the rivals can bring on late. Love My Rockin' Bird, well positioned tonight from the rail. Co-favorite now is Irresistible, coming in off of that off-the-pace victory by a head for Sebastian Turenne last Sunday. He has 3 wins this season for Mandy Archer. Tammy is going with the 4, Irresistible. Ryan Guy driving, the Mandy Archer trainee. She is putting 1, Love My Rockin' Bird, second in her ticket. She likes the 2, Bet's Show Off, 4 Show, and then the 5, Monty's Gone Marble, to complete the superfecta. The 2, Bet's Show Off, pocketed up behind front-end winner Skylar here Sunday and was loose late, getting overtaken by Carson Star Choice and I'm a Dude in deep stretch. But this 4-year-old has a lot of late speed. You can see it. Lots of 28 and change last quarters. He was a powerful winner in a couple of Rideau qualifiers and hasn't missed a check in his 2 parimutuel starts since then for Sebastian Turenne, his trainer-driver. That's show off 7-2 at the moment, just like the one, Love My Rockin' Bird, as Irresistible has become the 3-5 favorite. I'm also using the 6 Albert Alpha here, getting post relief after Sunday's first over adventure from last, leaving at Hippodrome 3R. He brushed to second by the opening quarter. He was 3 wide at one point, getting parked first over second to the half outside of Shanghai Gold. He's up in class, and he's 21-1. That's the 6 Albert Alpha. The starter has called the race 8 field. This is your last chance tonight to play the Rideau Carleton. Pick 3 or anything else you'd like to play here on race 8. They're lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is Love My Rockin' Bird for Jimmy Gagnon. 2, Bet's Show Off to Sebastian Turenne. 3, I'm a Dude, Stefan Pouliot. 4, Irresistible, Ryan Guy. 5, Monty's Gone Marble for Kyle Forgy. 6, Albert Alpha, William Waugh. And 7, No Time at All, Michel Legacy. They're lined up on the turn. They're on the backstretch. Quickly approaching the start. They're off and pacing and leaving from mid-pack. Monty's Gone Marble and Kyle Forgy want early command. Also moving well early up into second. That is Love My Rockin' Bird on the inside. And he moves past Bet's Show Off, who has to take back and settle in third. First over early from fourth. That's Albert Alpha coming on as they approach the opening quarter and reach that point in a brisk 27-2 up front and leading the way at the moment. It's Kyle Forgy with Monty's Gone Marble keeping ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird. Up into third on the outside, Albert Alpha. On the inside, fourth, that's Bet's Show Off. Second over from fifth, I'm a Dude is out and moving as they circle into the second turn. Also underway from the back of the field, he's third over from last, Irresistible caught in second from last, No Time at All. They went past the half in 56-2, still led by Monty's Gone Marble, freewheeling on the front end, and to his inside, that's Love My Rockin' Bird. As the 6, Albert Alpha is out there pressing on in third, getting some whip tap reminders now from William Waugh. His first over bid looks tired at this point. 1:25-2 to 3/4, still on the front end. Monty's Gone Marble trying to go from gate to wire. Here comes a pocket popping Love My Rockin' Bird for Jimmy Gagnon, and up the inside, Bet's Show Off needs some racing room. Love My Rockin' Bird is flying late, also coming on very late, Irresistible. He's not going to catch Love My Rockin' Bird. Finishing second, Irresistible, ahead of Monty's Gone Marble, 1:54-4. Unofficial results are now posted for Race 8. 1, Love My Rockin' Bird, the winning even money favorite for Jimmy Gagnon. Second, 4, Irresistible. Holding on for show was the 5, Monty's Gone Marble, at odds of 23-1. And fourth was the 2, Bet's Show Off. Hold all tickets, results are unofficial. The AGCO judges have informed me there's an inquiry on 4th place finisher, number 2, Bet's Show Off, who may have left the course on the last turn. Hold all tickets. The inquiry pertains to 2, Bet's Show Off. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle. Unofficial Race 8 winner, number 1, Love My Rockin' Bird, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Mystery Chase out of Kill a Rocking Bird. Owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec. Love My Rockin' Bird was bred by James Rhodes of High River, Alberta. Trained by Vic Putty, driven to victory by Jimmy Gagnon, 154 and 4. It's the 4th win this season for Love My Rockin' Bird, who gets a well-deserved pat. The ongoing inquiry pertains to footage now being shown. 2, Bet's Show Off, possibly leaving the course on that last turn. Judges are reviewing race footage about the 4th place finisher, number 2, Bet's Show Off. And the judges have just informed me that although Bet's Show Off, the 2 did briefly leave the course on the final turn, he did not gain an advantage. He finished 4th and will stay up in 4th. Results are now official for Race 8. 1, Love My Rockin' Bird returns $4.30 to win. The $2 exactor 1-4 pays $12.10. The $1 try 145 pays $70.95. The $1 superfecta returns $133.45 for the 1-4-5-2 combination. And the Race 8 rundown is now displayed. Even money favorite, number 1, Love My Rockin' Bird, the race winner for Jimmy Gagnon. 2, Bet Show Off was 4th. 3, I'm a Dude, finished 5th. 4, Irresistible was 2nd. 5, Monty's Gone Marble, 3rd. 6, Albert Alpha finished 6th. And 7, No Time at All finished 6th. From the top down, your program should read 1-4-5-2-3-7-6. The fractions for race 8 were 27 and 2 to the opening quarter, 56 and 2 at the half, 125 and 2 at 3/4, 154 and 4 the winning mile for Love My Rockin' Bird. Race 9 is coming up, second last of this Sunday night card. Thanks very much to those of you joining us, our late night California players and others across Canada and the U.S. In race 9, we've got exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. There were now 2 scratches in race 9, just confirming with the AGCO judges about that. 7, Candid Cameron, a vet scratch, sick, and just announced was 4, Rockin' Zeus, a vet scratch, lame. So we're scratched down to a field of 6 for race 9, the first leg of the late double. There is exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here, and a very strong favorite from the rail at 1-9. 88 Fingers Louie getting all the respect for trainer-driver Ryan Guy. He's Tammy's pick as well. After that seasonal best victory on Thursday, he's looking to make a quick turnaround and go back-to-back here. 88 Fingers Louie. For second, Tammy is looking to the 6, Geisha's Treasure for Jimmy Gagnon. In the show spot, she's using the 2, Curious Cortez for Kyle Forgy. And then to complete the superfecta, the 5, Keystone Prestige for trainer Patrice Dumas and driver Mike Healy, who pulled the impressive upset win with Shadow Dave back in race 7. I tend to agree that the 188 Fingers Louie looks tough to beat for Ryan Guy, having a strong night. And 6, Geisha's Treasure got shuffled back after getting away 5th here Thursday for Jimmy Gagnon. So on the second turn, Geisha's Treasure was shuffled back, and then he tipped 4 wide for the stretch drive and was flying late. He's 6-1 at the moment from post 6, Geisha's Treasure. The 2, Curious Cortez, getting major post relief for driver Kyle Forgy. He had an overland trip here Thursday and also makes the quick turnaround. Here comes the parade on track for race 9. The post parade is on track for race 9. These pacers are non-winners of $400 per start in their last 10 or in 2023-2024, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $100. Allowances for fillies and mares and a purse of $6,100. Leading the post parade, 1-9, current favorite. Number 1, 88 Fingers Louie. Co-owned, trained, and driven by Ryan Guy. Sharing ownership, Sharon Christie. Two is Curious Cortez. Owned by trainer Pierre-Marc Longpré and driven by Kyle Forgy. 3 is Maricasso, owned by Ecurie Alpha, trained by Sylvain Tremblay, driven by William Waugh. 4, Rockin' Zeus, is a vet scratch, lame. 5 is Keystone Prestige, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Patrice Dumas, and driven by Mike Healy. 6 is Geisha's Treasure, owned by trainer Vic Putty with Limco Incorporated, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 7, Candid Cameron, is a vet scratch, sick. And completing the field from post 8, it's State News, owned by Robin Lawler, trained by Raymond Crick, driven by Antonio Vecchio. That's your field, scratched down to 6 pacers for race 9, the first leg of the late daily double. exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. And a consistently popular favorite from the rail, 88 Fingers Louie. "88 Fingers Louie" had his second win of the year on Thursday at Rideau Carleton. Coming on late, winning in going away fashion for Ryan Guy. The 1:54.3 victory, his fastest of 2 this season. He was overdue and getting some post relief there as well as class relief. And he's at a similar classification tonight. However, favoritism has now drifted out to the 6. Geisha's Treasure, momentarily, they're back and forth. Geisha's Treasure, still looking for that first Rideau Carleton win. His only victory this year in 25 previous starts was at Flamborough. But he's been a factor. Geisha's Treasure coming on last Sunday for place for Antonio Vecchio. And he was third the start before that, August 29th, for Jimmy Gagnon, who's in the bike tonight, and his regular Rideau driver. As mentioned, he was covered up and shuffled back on Thursday. So Geisha's Treasure, with a different trip tonight, could produce a better result than that 6th place finish behind 88 Fingers Louie. The winningest by far this season in this field is the 2, Curious Cortez, 4 victories. Most recently, August 24th at Ayers Cliff, the front end trip at that wonderful fair track, part of the Quebec Circuit Regional. Circuit Regional. They will be going behind the gate very shortly here for race 9. This is your last reminder if you'd like to play the late double or anything else on Rideau Carleton Race 9. The starter has called the field. And the pacers are gathering in front of the grandstand. One is 88 Fingers Louie for Ryan Guy. 2, Curious Cortez, Kyle Forgy. 3, Maricasso for William Waugh. 4, Rockin' Zeus is scratched. 5 is Keystone Prestige for Mike Healy. 6 is Geisha's Treasure for Jimmy Gagnon. 7, Candid Cameron is scratched. 8 is State News for Antonio Vecchio. On a gallop and not with the others, that's the 2, Curious Cortez, who is well behind the rest of the race 9 pacers. He's on a gallop in the turn. The rest of the field is on the backstretch, approaching the start. Curious Cortez not among that group. They're off and pacing, pushing away early from the rail. 88 Fingers Louie and Ryan Guy grab the lead and open up by 2 lengths. Coming on, first over into second now. Geisha's Treasure for Jimmy Gagnon, settling into the pocket. Following from third, Maricasso along the cones in fourth early. That's Keystone Prestige. At the back of this group is State News, and missing the gate was Curious Curious Cortez, who is at the very back of this field, out of contention. They went by the opening quarter in 29 and 1. On the front end, it's 88 Fingers Louie leading the way. Sitting second, Geisha's Treasure. Third, and looking to tip first over now, is Maricasso. And staying in fourth, that's Keystone Prestige. Trailing this compact field is State News. They head around the second turn, reaching the half in 59 flat, and they're still led by 88 Fingers Louie, confident on the front end, and stalked by Geisha's Treasure in the pocket, parked first over and not making enough progress at this time. Maricasso is not going anywhere, caught inside in fourth. Keystone Prestige also has nowhere to go, and at the back of this field, State News is still within range as they go by three quarters, 1:27 and 2. Confident up front, 88 Fingers Louie, but coming on late, here comes Keystone Prestige, who has stepped out to challenge first over down the stretch, looking for a seam up the inside. Geisha's Treasure getting late urging, but it's all for naught. 88 Fingers Louie gets it done again, going back to back for Ryan Guy, finishing ahead of Geisha's Treasure, Keystone Prestige, and State News. 1:55 and 2. Unofficial results are now posted. Unofficial race 9 results are posted. 1-9 favorite. Number 1, 88 Fingers Louie, gets the win for Ryan Guy. Second was 6, Geisha's Treasure. Third was 5, Keystone Prestige. Fourth, 8, State News. And the AGCO judges have let me know that there's an inquiry pertaining to whether 2, Curious Cortez, had reached the fair start pole and received a fair start in race 9. Posted results are unofficial. Please hold all tickets. I've just been informed that because 2, Curious Cortez, did not reach the fair start pole, there will be a complete parimutuel refund on the 2, Curious Cortez, in race 9. Full parimutuel refund on the 2, Curious Cortez, who did not reach the fair start pole. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle for the second time in 4 days, it's number 1, 88 Fingers Louie, going back to back at Rideau Carleton. He's a 9-year-old bay gelding by Mach 3 out of St. Lad's Moxie. Owned, trained, and driven by Ryan Guy, co-owned with Sharon Christie of South Mountain, Ontario. Bred by the Nurban Stables of Thornhill, Ontario. It's 88 Fingers Louie A 1:55.2 winner in race 9. That's also win number 4 tonight for driver Ryan Guy. Congratulations. Race 9 results are now official. Prices are now posted for race 9. Winner number 1, 88 Fingers Louie, pays $2.10 to win. The $2 exactor, 1.6, pays just $3. The $1 try, 1.65, returns $2.40. The $1 superfecta, 1.658, returns $4.40. There was a complete parimutuel refund on the 2 Curious Cortez, who did not reach the fair start pole in race 9. The race 9 rundown is now posted. 1 to 9 winning favorite, number 1, 88 Fingers Louie for Ryan Guy. 2, Curious Cortez did not finish. He was also a complete parimutuel refund. 3, Maricasso was 5th. 4, Rockin' Zeus was a vet scratch. 5, Keystone Prestige finished 3rd. 6, Geisha's Treasure was 2nd. 7, Candid Cameron was a vet scratch. 8, State News finished 4th. From the top down, your program should read 1, DNF, 5, scratch, 3, 2, scratch, 4. The fractions were 29 and 1 to the opening quarter, 59 flat at the half, 127 and 2 at 3/4, 155 and 2. The winning mile for 88 Fingers Louie. Race 10 is coming up, last of our Sunday evening card. Thanks again to all horse players joining us this evening across North America. There's exactor, triactor, and high five wagering on race 10. No changes. A popular favorite from post 2, 3 to 5. It's the 2, Day Delight for Jimmy Gagnon and trainer Vic Putty. Getting the post relief he needs to possibly get the front end trip that he likes. I side with the betting public here. I think Day Delight is a deserving favorite with his 4 wins this season. He's also coming in off a trip where it was a very good performance at a higher classification. I think the 3, Shotgun Jerry, has the next closest chance to win here for trainer driver Stefan Pouliot. He's just a 2-time winner this season, but he's in the hunt typically in the stretch and has a lot of late speed. He's the only horse with an inside post who has that kind of sub 28 speed at Rideau Carleton. The other 2 big closers here with those 27 and change last quarters are Skylar and Perpetual Rock, who have outside posts, and they also lack their regular drivers tonight. Post parade is approaching for race 10. The race 10 Pacers are now coming on track. They are non-winners of $40,000 lifetime, also eligible non-winners of $6,600 in their last 5 starts, and also eligible $18,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $8,000. And leading the post parade for the Robbie D'Alessandro pace here in race 10, it's the back class pacer, number 1, National Debt, owned by Francois Morin, trained by Yves Corbin, driven by Kyle Forgy. Two is current even money favorite Day Delight, owned by Triple S Equine, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Three is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Four is Stonebridge Hermes, owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin. Five is Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott, trained and driven by Brian Scott. Six is Rideau Carleton Newcomer Dinner Party, owned by Michelle Letarte with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy. Seven is Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. Completing the field from post 8, Perpetual Rock, owned by Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier and Lynn Bragagnolo. Sebastian Turan is in the sulky. And that's the field for race 10, which has no changes and features exactor, triactor, and super high 5 wagering. We're zooming in on the current even money favorite. It's number 2, Day Delight, getting the post-end class relief for Jimmy Gagnon here. I was very convinced when I saw Jimmy Gagnon driving Day Delight instead of Skylar, who he won with last Sunday on the front end from an inside post. Skylar has the most wins this season in this field. He has 8 of them, but his usual driver is Jimmy Gagnon. William Waugh, on the other hand, gets a very live catch drive with the 7. Skylar, currently 16-1. And this is a horse with lots of ability to close from far back. Tammy is siding with the 6, Dinner Party, for trainer Mandy Archer, driver Ryan Guy. This is a 5-year-old coming in from the Meadows, and he has 2 wins this season. He looks to be something of a closer. The most recent victory, July 24th at Northfield from post 7. He closed from off the pace. It looks like an overland trip to win by a neck that race. Tammy is picking Day Delight for second, Shotgun Jerry for show, and then using Skylar and Perpetual Rock to complete the super high 5 ticket. Speaking of Tammy, if you were here last night for Tammy Forgey's on-track handicapping contest, You know already there was no winner. The jackpot is building. It's reached $800. So if you're looking for something to do next Saturday evening, be sure to visit the Rideau Carleton Trackside Simulcast Lounge. It's free to play. You must be on track to compete in that handicapping contest, with the jackpot now up to $800. And the starter has called the Pacers for the last of the night. This is your last chance to wager here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks once again to everyone who watched and played along this evening. We hope you can join us again on Thursday at 4 for our next live card from the nation's capital. The Pacers are lining up for the Robbie D'Alessandro Pace, Race 10. 1 is National Debt for Kyle Forgy. 2, Day Delight, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot. 4, Stonebridge Hermes for Jacques Baudouin. 5, Well Worth the Wait, Brian Scott. 6 is Dinner Party for Ryan Guy. 7, Skylar, William Waugh. And on the outside is 8, Perpetual Rock for Sebastian Turan. They're on the turn, quickly approaching the backstretch. They're on the backstretch. They're off and pacing and leaving. That is Day Delight, stepping out for Jimmy Gagnon and backing down to settle behind him in the pocket. That's his next closest rival, Shotgun Jerry, following from third. 2 lengths back in third is Stonebridge Hermes, and then behind that one, following closely from fourth, Well Worth the Wait, as they are well stretched out, headed past the opening quarter. 27-4, a brisk enough opening panel for leader Day Delight, with plenty of daylight between him and Shotgun Jerry right now. He leads by 5 with Jimmy Gagnon flat in the bike. Shotgun Jerry second, third Stonebridge Hermes, fourth is Well Worth the Wait, just ahead of National Debt. Further back, that's Ryan Guy with Rideau Newcomer. Dinner Party sitting third from last and trailing our Skylar and Perpetual Rock. They went by the half in 56 flat, and it's still a 2-length advantage for leader Day Delight, but that's dissolving quickly as Shotgun Jerry and Stéphane Pouliot get closer from the pocket. Also gaining ground, tightening up in third is Stonebridge Hermes. It's about 6 lengths back to an advancing first over National Debt. Inside of him in fifth and fading is Well Worth the Wait. Going by 3/4 in 1:23 and 3. The top 3 are on a breakaway, still led by Day Delight, keeping ahead of Shotgun Jerry as they turn for home. It's now Jimmy Gagnon going to work on Day Delight, encouraging him as the wire looms ahead. Shotgun Jerry, not tonight. He's next closest from the inside. Day Delight gets the win by 1.5 lengths over next best Shotgun Jerry. 1:51 and 4. Stonebridge Hermes in the show spot. Unofficial results are now posted for race 10, 3-5 favorite. Number 2, Day Delight, gets the win for Jimmy Gagnon. Second, 3, Shotgun Jerry. Third, 4, Stonebridge Hermes. Fourth was 7, Skylar. And to complete the high five, fifth was 1, National Debt. Results remain unofficial. Hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 10 winner, number 2, Day Delight. A 7-year-old brown gelding by Bettor's Delight out of Kim's Royal Day, owned by Triple S Equine of Newton, Ontario, bred by Winback Farm of Chesapeake City, Maryland, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's his 5th seasonal victory in start number 17, and a new seasonal best of 151-4 for Day Delight, the official winner of race 10. Prices are now posted. 2, Day Delight, pays $3.30 to win. The $2 exactor, 2-3, pays $4.70. The $1 pick 3 of 3 pays $6.70. Based on the scratches and refund in the second leg. The 20-cent pick 4 of 4, pays $99.87. Despite that, the 20-cent super high 5 here returns $21.55 for the 20-cent 23471 high 5 ticket. The $1 triactor 234 pays $5.50. The $2 late double 1-2 pays $3.80. The late pick 4, $1 pick 4 of 4 pays $499.35. And the pick 5 of 5, $1,191.20 for the 271. Multiple possibilities in race 9 based on the refund and the scratches. And then Day Delight capturing the last leg. The race 10 rundown is now on your screens. 1, National Debt was 5th. 2, Day Delight, the 3 to 5 winning favorite for Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Shotgun Jerry was 2nd. 4, Stonebridge Hermes finished 3rd. 5, Well Worth the Wait was 8th. 6, Dinner Party was 7th. 7, Skylar closed for 4th. And 8, Perpetual Rock was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 512-387-46. The fractions were 27 and 4 to the opening quarter, 56 seconds at the half, 123 and 3 at 3/4, 151 and 4 the winning mile for Day Delight. That concludes our Sunday night card at Rideau Carleton. Thanks once again to all who played along. We hope you'll be back and join us when live racing returns on Thursday, September 12th, 4 p.m. post time. Tonight's handle, $269,891. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday night and have a great week. Take care and good night. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.